Alright, sorry about that. I made a boo-boo, so I had to restart the stream. I apologize. This is part 4. I couldn't remember the part, so I restreamed because I didn't change the title. So instead of making you guys figure it out, I refixed it. Maybe. I don't know. Alright guys. Hello, I am back. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alright, what about the president? Dijun Wang. He was the president of Zhangfa, even back then. Does he look any younger? It's kind of dark. Can't really tell. Indeed, the situation is indeed, and the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted. I wonder where they took him after this. We don't know that yet, but depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough. The president's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance. Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, let's have a look at you. First thing is to note is that they're holding the president at gunpoint, trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Oh, it's K. Yeah. Trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck. Their coat and hat is completely covered their face, so unfortunately we can't identify them that way. Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper. And they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous. Yeah, hand in that pocket, the classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck. Okay, that's... What, you said judge them by their appearance? Well, yes. But I didn't mean like that. Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet. And a little button eyes had fallen off. Indeed. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that is missing. Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not bad piece of thieving though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Eureka! This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed, luckily we managed to locate it. The button that Mr. Adawan was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? I don't know. The victim's location, the snowman's location, the president's location. Oh man. With the blood there, I doubt that'd be the victims. Snowman's? Snowman's possible? Maybe the president's? I'm trying to think back to that photo. Photo, where are you? Photo, where are you? Photo. Ah. Snowman is there. Try the victim. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Adelon lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near close to that. Or else. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright, let's go back to the scene when Mr. Adelon's body was found. But the footprints to the left definitely match up to Mr. Adelon's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Adelon's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight through the middle of the planters, where his body was found. But as we established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far, basically impossible. I think we can reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes of the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. These shoes, these shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. Yeah, they do look like they don't fit. What do you mean? His shoes are probably the ones on the right. I would say left from his perspective, but... Look how the laces are tied. They don't look a little strange to you. What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found. And they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So the prints by his head, the ones lead away and come back. No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither sets belong to him? Then how did they get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then, where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman, as we suspect? I think Mr. Adawan's body was moved. How else do you explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. I must scour the scene and find everything. Poor snowman, he's not looking so good. It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait, and the snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of the truth. All you have to do is wait. Okay. I'll have to work to solve these mysteries. Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. That's just because there's less snow over here, no? Be that as it may, it certainly does help in matching the prints up to the name and face. Ooh. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates, too. Oh, look, they're planted stuff that the flowers in the winter under all that snow. Indeed, a little frigid, but tastefully nonetheless. Even if this is a simulation. Yes, indeed, it's a bit frosty looking, but tasty, nonetheless, for a simulation. Tasty? You're gonna eat them? What kind of flowers are these? Why would you eat them? I'm not seeing anything else. Alright. It says there's something still to do though. Yep. Could also be a deduced later, maybe. Maybe we deduce that these are his footprints. Because he's obviously not wearing 12s. Interesting. Oh, so you want to know all about Little Thief's exciting new features, huh? I'm not sure I do, actually. Hey, don't be like that. Just sit back and feast in your ears on what we have to tell you. Or what I have to tell you. Little Thief allows the user to recreate the scene in a bunch of different super interesting ways. So you are going to tell me no matter what, answer. Huh. Interesting. Anyway. Another is based on what we learned from Mr. Adawan's voicemail. Anytime you want to switch between the two, just say the word. A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There is too much going on here. I can't keep it up. The fire was started earlier on the evening of the incident, if I remember rightly. Before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words. Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean. I wonder if it might. Yes. Isn't there something here that can't be correct? If the fire actually happened first. Should I take another look at the effects of the fire on the crime scene and compare it to the evidence? I don't know. Alright, let's go back to the other scene. Because I don't think we did this yet. Can we really be sure these are Adawan's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters, where his body was found. But we've established when he was attacked and fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far, basically impossible. I think I can reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes that the victim was wearing. But I can't be certain if they were actually the victim's shoes. Perhaps we should take another look at them. Okay, so that's... Oh, it's still shut. Okay. Mr. Adawan took a picture of the president, or Mr. Adawan took a picture of the president kidnapping from here. And then called Rosie Ringer. By which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind. With a brick in their hand, ready to strike. Alright, I didn't get much out of that. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Did I read this one already? So this is how things looked right before the president presumably led away at gunpoint. He seemed super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh? Indeed, and Mr. Adawan captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. Sorry, trying to move the mic arm a little bit because it's blocking the screen. But if he did, then how? How could he have been grabbed that button off the snowman if he was all the way over there? Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again at a different point in time. Oh. I thought I grabbed a snowman, maybe? The snowman different. It's a snowman with one eye missing. It comes about up to my shoulder. That super heavyweight contender right there, those kids weren't messing around. Never mind, it's the weight and size. I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis, yeah. Well, it has a bucket for a hat and buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. The full snowman's uniform. Thinking to myself, and they're calling the scarf a muffler. We just call them scarves. We just call them scarves. So maybe because we called the other ones ear muffs? I don't know. I don't know. And it looks like it can't wait for me to punch them and kick them into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces. Why so violent, Kay? Perhaps if we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay. What about this burn situation? There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire. Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of those orphans set fire to some of the kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. Maybe that'll work a little bit better. They sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Okay, Hey, this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed, we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it the whole time? Was it there the whole time? It seems that the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I've heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years ago is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Okay. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've set somewhere before, or one we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it would be in the middle of the winter. Yes, but look at that one, it's bright yellow. Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily. If I'm not very much mistaken, it's a rare member of the family Liliaceae. I don't know if this is right. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wang some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it said it was to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware that you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. Ha! What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you need to read up a little more. I know we did that one last time, but it's been a bit, so I don't mind redoing it. Can I go over here? A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for Kay Faraday to pop-up quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options. Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1. The hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagrasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagrasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagrasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a third. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Brick used in murder, body was moved. Was winner involved? What did he dig up? Okay, I don't want to do this just yet. Just in case if I do find something different. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Switch recreations. Okay, I may actually have to start smashing things together. Brick used in murder. Was winner involved? There's no logical connection between those two things. These two are due with murder. No, okay. Okay. How about these two? Because if he was coming back, he would have been able to murder out of one. No, okay. I don't know if I did them all yet. Okay. Knock. No, it can't end like this. And yet, there's nothing more I can do. Did I do all four possibilities with each other? I'm not sure. And with that, the truth receded into the darkness. Did I do the winner was did I do these two? I don't remember. Let me do them just in case. If Chairman Winner was involved in the President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday has something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. That's pretty brutal, dude. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Monster footprint been updated. Okay. Oop. Anything new in there? No, and these two don't go together. Okay. Anything new in this? No. So this still isn't checked off, so there must be something I need to do here. Don't know yet. Okay. Everybody's been talked to. That's now checked off. Okay. Where am I going to use these at? Oh, not the planer thing again. Ah, crap. Best Francisca, Lion Lilies. Yep. Pretty sure I'm not saying anything new. Why don't they take a shoe off to see how... Oh wait, they can actually. Never mind. I'm dumb. This is a recreation. They can only see what his actual shoe size is. I'm assuming it's these are his. Or maybe not. Maybe this is Lagarde's. Alright, I'll switch back over to the other one. What is it, Miss Redruff? Switch. Yeah. You can even tell his feet don't fit in there. Anything new here? Before? No. So I can't look at that again. But it's still not marked off. Oh. Oh, why does this not mark off either? Oh, that's gonna annoy me. Alright, nothing there. Let's see if Lang has anything new. I guess not, because he has a check mark. Check mark, check mark. Okay, those two don't have anything new. Yeah, yeah. I wonder why that's not checking off. Ah, alright. We do not have nothing new in there, okay. Oh, we checked the fire on this one, right? Yeah. Hold on, let's go back. Switch recreations. Oh, why am I down here? Okay, I checked it here too. Oh, shoot. Alright. What am I missing? Hmm. We read this already. And nothing changed. Was that ransom money? Yeah, his feet still look like they don't fit those shoes. Probably Excelsius's shoes, I bet. Wait a minute. He does look phased in this picture. I wonder why he's not in the recreation. She said she used the thing, right? Alright. I guess we go back to the other one. Switch. Nothing. Ah, why does it do that? Okay. Shoot. Why don't we get a recreate where he's standing here? Hey boss, oh, now she's yelling at him. Didn't help. You know, I'm gonna do this again just to see. Yeah. So what am I missing here? What am I missing? Oh wait, what? An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cutscenes and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigaloo. Not quite as large. You could probably fit it as many as 3 people inside it. Yeah, they could live in there 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about summer? Wouldn't a big igloo melt? Again, say it again. Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't an igloo melt? Ugh, you're no fun. She wanted you to say bigaloo. You know what? I didn't check that in the other one. Oop, wrong button. What is it? Switch. Okay, we'll do it. Oh, now I'm down here. What the heck? Oh, no. Never mind. I didn't check. Okay, I didn't check it in the... Even though it said the exact same thing, which is kind of weird that it wasn't checked off. Oh, did I see it unchecked? No? Okay. I didn't check the swing set either. I don't think it will matter, but... It's a porch swing with an elephant face on it. And behind is what appears to be a motor. You know, what every dedicated swing and fiend always wonders, don't you? If it could swing all the way to the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make a dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. Okay, that was, I think, the same as well. Shifu, help me. There did help. Is there like some secret thing down here that I'm not seeing? Because this won't do anything. This isn't doing anything. Oh wait, what? What do you want? Pretty sure maybe okay. You're kidnapping. Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there? It's all right. You don't have to talk to him. Wait, what? It's all right. You don't have to talk for him. For who? What? He can just ask me himself. Is Verity supposed to be saying that right now? And it's just Sean's written there? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. It's all right. You do not have to talk for him. Who's him? He can just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't that far. I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in the garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again. Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing there. Easy 3Z with 3 Z's. The fact that she showed was a drug with 2 doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it's a certainly catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see, thank you. That's very helpful. I'm pretty sure I thought I did these already, but I don't know. What can you tell us about the time between you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I bet. Snoozing with easy 3 Z's with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. I was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been just before I brought, I guess it was cooler. Oh. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason. So I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad you found your way back to us safely. Bah. Say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I have met. Reminds me of a certain somebody else. Okay, that didn't actually help. I could have sworn I had talked to him already, though. Or maybe I did and he wouldn't talk to me earlier, and now he did. I don't know. It's checked off. It doesn't matter. Alright, what am I missing? What am I missing? I guess I could show Kay this stuff? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Shoes. I'm a great thief. I'm totally sympathize. I feel if you gotta grab something, you just go ahead and grab it. Is this my thing I say that I don't know nothing about it? She doesn't seem to think much of my little treasure. How about the eye? Fire? Seems like only part of the yard was doused with kerosene and set alight. The orphanage itself was undamaged. Indeed. It seems they had a lucky escape. Still, some things aren't funny, right? What kind of prank is that? One in very poor taste, I'd say. Especially even a self-proclaimed great thief isn't prepared to endorse it. Ugh. Okay, how about this? Oop. Present. A case that's been unsolved for 12 whole years. That's a long time, huh? It wasn't much more than a baby when it happened. And Agent Lang has been sad that whole time. We have to solve it, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm gonna try extra hard on this one. As will I. I hope I can call on you to refer to the case notes for me from time to time. Yes, sir, I'll read every word to you loudly, clearly, and with plenty of feeling. I don't think we'll need the feeling, thank you. Just the facts will suffice. Okay, tape. Do these have the exact same thing? Weird. Maybe present stuff to him. Lang, you're not helping. Alright, we'll do this one. Let me tell you about the SS5 incident. In a nutshell, my dad couldn't keep the most important person in Zhang Fa safe. So he put everything on the line to try and figure out what happened. He nearly worked himself to death trying to solve that case. It got so bad he looked like a ghost. Maybe it would all be worth it if he could have gotten people responsible convicted. But he couldn't. And that Lagarde woman got off scot-free. He failed to repay the president for all he had done for us, and he failed to solve the case. And that's how my family of wolves got pulled into this never-ending nightmare. That enough for you? It sounds to me like one of the young cub in particular took his family downfall very badly. I can only imagine how much the experience must have hurt him and his father. We will do all that we can to bring this case to its conclusion at last, Agent Lang, I promise you. And I hope that the story you just told proves us a useful clue in doing so. That's all you have to say after I poured my heart out to you? Why do I waste my time? I don't know. How about a button? No. Nothing on the button. Fire? What kind of brat sets a fire like that for fun? I don't know, kids are kids. Yeah, we lost a bunch of vital evidence thanks to that little prank. It probably wasn't a kid, actually. Agent Lang, your father investigated the SS5 incident in some depth, correct? Do you know if he learned anything about the child who set the fire? You wondered about that too, huh? So did I, sadly. He never shared his thoughts on the matter with anybody. Yeah, which means that the truth is lost to time. Guess we'll never track it down now. He may not show it, but he gets the sense that talking about this is hard for him indeed. Aren't you forgetting something, Agent Lang? Wolves are amazing trackers. You can sniff out the truth. Or truth out. Wherever it is. You're right. Who knew that you'd be the one to tell me that? Maybe you're not so bad after all. She's my assistant for a reason, Agent Lang. I am Mr. Edgeworth's assistant for some reason, Mr. Lang. Oh, God. Ooh, is this the same? In a nutshell, this is exactly the same. Okay. Apparently the tape and the picture are exact same message. Okay. Francisca, do you have a talk thing or? Nope, you just yell it. And, troubleshoot. Do you guys have anything? No. How about Tabby? No. Alright, I guess I could show stuff to these two. Present. What is this? Do you wish for me to smash it with my hammer? Why would I want you to do that? No, please don't. It was a joke, Mr. Edgeworth. The gavel is a sacred instrument of justice. It must be swung in vain. It didn't seem like a joke to me. Okay, maybe the kid? What is it? This is her. I don't have a thing to say about this. What is this? Okay. What is this? Okay. Shoe size. Verity, you're not helping me. At all. Autopsy. Oh, wow, really? How about the case file? Both Chairman Winter and Warden Lagarde were involved in this case. Or at least, so it would seem. Indeed. And that's not all. Yes, Alf Adawan and President Wang, too. We need to find out what links to their deaths. Perhaps the secret lies somewhere. We're only just started to get an inkling of what that link might be. We'll need to pursue it as carefully as we can. Let's leave no stone unturned. On with the investigation. Don't worry about Little Thief, I just changed the batteries. So it runs out of battery power. Interesting. Oh, okay. Nope. Alright. On the matter of what happened the night before last, and the reason for my meeting with the president, I'm afraid I must keep silence for now. Even though you know how crucial that information is to our case. Yes, even in spite of that, forgive me. She's really not going to back down from this one. And I can't see a way to try to convince her to open up. We'll figure it out eventually. Yeah. But allow me to say one thing. Sean's effort to protect me disrupted your investigation. For that, I can only apologize. Don't worry. It would take more than lies of a child to throw me off the scent. And besides, not even I'm thoughtless enough to criticize a child for wanting to protect his mother. And besides of what? I just was thinking to myself, sorry. Oh, nothing, ignore me. Nor a mother for wanting to protect her child. Smash! I'm just gonna go through not all of it, but crimes committed in the incident of the big building were unforgivable. To sin so gravely in full of the goddess is an act of sacrilege. Yeah, it's pretty bad, huh? Makes me want to smash somebody with that hammer of yours. Well, if she doesn't, Kay will. Maybe even break their little toe. Miss Faraday, even if the subject of your wrath were a hardened criminal, that does not give you the right to commit acts of why can't I say this word? Vigilante. Vigilantism. Not even a tiny one? No. Honestly, Kay, what do you think the prosecutors and judges are for? Don't worry. We'll see to it that the appropriate punishment is handed down in due time. Well, alright then, let's treat ourselves to a proper investigation instead. To make up for not smashing somebody's toe. Poor all night. Okay. You didn't get any new talk segments, which kind of sucks. Alright, Sean. Oh, he's a kid. What's this? If you're trying to bribe me away into if you're trying to bribe your way onto a movie, it's not gonna work. That's not what I was trying to do at all. Huh? So, how do you get a part in the movie? Or how do I get a part in the movie? Okay, save it for another time, please. Button? No. Alright. He's probably gonna have no answers for anything, but... You know what I could show him? Why not this? Short sources as a movie character. How did I wind up involved in a murder? That's exactly what I would like to try to... That's exactly why I would like you to help us figure out. Heh, that give me a reason to, old man. I'm trying here, Sean. How about some delicious candy, huh? I bet you like that, wouldn't you? Seriously? I'm not 5 years old. Bah. The old candy Gambit usually works like a charm. So near yet so far. You aren't near at all. Oh, you know what? Maybe president. Nope. Never mind. Footprint? Nope. Alright, kid's not helpful right now. I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything. Crap. 12 years ago, president of Zangfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. Presence at the embassy until midnight, confirmed by DeLong Lang. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius. Suspect, Fifi. And nothing else? Okay, that doesn't really help me too much. February 10th. on 1 a.m. And there's nothing else about the 10th. Yeah.
What am I supposed to know about that old man? Yeah.
I still don't have a deduce here. Okay. I've been looking at that the entire time and I finally got it. Okay, fair enough. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that this one is missing. This is probably what I needed. Okay, yeah, alright. Brick used in murder. Missing brick. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was used in the murder, wouldn't you say? But that doesn't mean it was there the entire time. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're like the same exact shape and size. If it's not right, oh well. Alright, perfect. I think we have concluded that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right, the button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from the right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up to the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Auto Owner would see them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Adawan wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Here goes. How's that gonna work? How does that work? How does that even work? These two are in the way. No, does that even make any sense? Because if he gets hit, wouldn't he grab this eye instead of this one over here? Ooh. Okay. Alright, okay, get out of the way. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody who is present in exactly the same spot. So where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which based on the simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? Easily the autopsy could have been faked because Chairman Winner. Let's see here. Could it be the picture? Could it be the picture? Oh, you know what? This light lamp doesn't work. Or the light's broke or not on. Huh. Which one should I present? There's also this too. Victim was struck on the head and died at around 1 a.m. That doesn't really... Okay. Believed to have been murdered during the call, where he was dealing with something he witnessed. 10th, approximately 1 a.m., 12 years ago. Loss of blood resulting from a blow back of the head with a brick. I want to say the photo was fake. If I'm wrong, it's okay. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Adawan? That is true. Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up his lie? Or back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could have easily forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey now, that you mention it. They only recovered one picture from Mr. Adawan's camera, right? Indeed. Imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there and replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. That makes total sense, but where would they have this film on them? So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Adawan was killed. No way. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show that Mr. Adawan saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that it was the case. Wait, so there was the so where was the president when Mr. Adawan thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try to figure that out. Oh yeah, he left a voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time. Don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Where would... if he was here... maybe they were standing here. Maybe. Where would likely be the footprints, though? Probably, maybe about here. Because if they put the thing in and it caught the gate a bit. Let's say here. Take that! Since that bar didn't go away, I'm in trouble, aren't I? That's where they really were? How do you figure that? Do I need a reason? What do you mean you don't have one? Ngah. That clearly wasn't it. Let's go over what Mr. Adwin said in his message one more time. He mentioned some stuff that he could see, right? He did. Perhaps we can use that to help us figure out where they were standing. Oh, okay. I gotta. Okay. And I can't pull up the thing to look at it. Why would you tell me to look at the stuff, but I can't actually look at it?
Take that!
All right, thank you for letting me. God. Where is this thing at? There we go. I guess you're already asleep. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird is going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another. Damn it, the light is out. So I can't quite see. But it looked like he was being kidnapped. Maybe he was not being kidnapped at all. Maybe he was being handed money. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, probably nothing. I thought I should let you okay. Okay, Adawan was standing here. Was that lights out? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. I needed the president and his kidnapper, so he was obviously standing here because that light is completely out. Oh, shut up. There's a light over here too. Okay, they were
Take that!
almost somewhere over there. Are you serious? I got a pinpointer Zach Pixel. Yeah, right here. It lights out.
Take that!
Recall the statement from Mr. Adawan's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. He still looks like nonchalant and and there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which certainly would have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged a photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I'd imagine it also affects our understanding that the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? To switch between things, I need to talk to Kay. You already know this. Yes, into it. Yes, that was. We didn't need that. I still hit the wrong button anyway, but you know. Blood on the snow. It's a lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but just we figured out that Mr. Ottawan was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think the blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Ottawan's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner, the man who would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. But when you go by all that trouble, couldn't we have just cleared up the blood instead? He wasn't able to think about it. He knew that this was where the police would have found Mr. Ottawan's body. He knew the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Don't you think they would have tested the blood anyway? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, you mean with luminol? Yeah. They would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Well, far easier to falsify the results of any such test when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Yeesh. So we've been looking for a forgery this whole time. That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Ottawan's clothes were covered with blood too. It does, and if they were, which is entirely believable, it would suggest that whoever this blood is wasn't yet dry when Mr. Ottawan's body was placed there. Here. I get it, which means the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Ottawan was killed. I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't present something of a contradiction. Is it the president's? Is it Chairman Winner's? I doubt it's Fifi's. Probably Chairman Winner's, I bet. I have a deduce here now. Do I have anything that would even... What about the button? Or is this? If that was his blood, that'd be crazy. If they went that route. Says the blood is his though. I don't know. I'm not going to deduce yet. So I still want to check over here. So this is where Mr. Ottawan really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact that So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back. Yes, I think this tells us something important. They were left there by whoever carried him over there. Oh, nothing else. Oh. Oh. Somebody jumped the elephant here yelling at me, right? Originally from Asia. I call her correctly. Yep. I'm not sure if this is the same or not. I do remember the bond thing. Maybe it is. Brick is nothing. Okay. Nothing for the footprints. This is the only part where there is no snow, huh? Because of the fire that one of the kids said, I imagine the snow here melted as a result. This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse. The fire came first, but just because it caused the snow to melt. Yeah, I don't know. I assume they would have burnt the thing to erase footprints. Possibly, I don't know. I'm gonna say blood with... Blood with... what though? Blood...
Eureka!
Like this. If you don't know, just don't say anything you don't know, you know? I better think this over again. Snow melted the fire, right? Then when did the fire happen? We need to take a look about and think about that. Oh, so it's not blood. It would be fire. What would it be? Where would the fire be?
Eureka!
No? Okay. It isn't Torosaurus, is it? It was fired because the movie. Yeah, I don't know. What do I put here? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, it's just a picture. I'm surprised we can't look at items, like look at them. They don't let you do that with a few. But most of them are just not lookatable. Not sure what I'm supposed to deduce here. Could it be the blood or the spacer here? What would it be? What would it be? The floor or the blood? It doesn't say the floor's burn or anything.
Eureka!
Nope. Okay. I just wonder, do I even have all the evidence? Will this be used for anything? I don't know. I don't know if I've used it for anything yet. Okay, President. All right. How about deduce blood with the new blood stain?
Eureka!
Yeah, I didn't think so. But it was worth a try. Worth a try. Not actually out of one's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. I want to know how they got around without using too many shoe prints. I don't have an easy eureka moment here. I wonder if President Wang could have been a double ever since this incident. Maybe this is Wang's blood, maybe. And he was killed here. Maybe. Let's see. What can I contradict this with? I have no clue. Blood on the snow. Somebody else. Maybe it's this up here.
Eureka!
I didn't want it to be Torosaurus, but he's the only thing I have that has to deal with fire in my inventory, I think. Who is the person in the red raincoat?
Eureka!
No. No, not yet. Ah! Alright, what am I supposed to do here? Okay, I gotta think about it. In there it said about the fire. So I'm assuming it has something, oops, has to do with the fire. Alright, the deuce. And the only things I know that are related to fire is Gordy.
Eureka!
Which may not be it at all.
Eureka! Eureka!
Do I have any more Gordy ones? Or not Gordy. Torosaurus.
Eureka!
Like, what are you going on this bender for, Mr. Edgeworth? It's not Torosaurus. But, I needed to be. He's the only fire we have in here. Have I tried this?
Eureka!
No. Alright. What would be fire related? How about the tape? Did I try the tape?
Eureka!
No. Okay. I apologize for messing up so much, but I'm not exactly sure what they want me to place here. Like, do I prove blood or do I prove fire? Okay, then now how do I prove blood or fire? With the couple of things.
Eureka!
I thought I did this already, but yeah, I'm not sure how I prove what I need to prove here. Well, you know what? This rosy thing is the only thing that has blood on it right now. I'm just gonna... we'll put it on the blood.
Eureka!
Okay. Blood is not it. Okay. Huh. This is a dumb thing I'm about to do, but
Eureka!
otherwise I don't know why the fire would be a deduce point other than that. Alright, this could be related to evidence somehow. It may not be him. Death. You were right, darling. There is some sort of connection between Knight and Canis. As you know, we've been trying to find out what Canis plays his silly correspondence chess games with. Well, now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. And I'll make that worm admit that he's Canis's lackey, if that's the last thing I do. So do your bit too. Retrieve the package we laid out 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planner, where we left it. Huh. I'm gonna go crazy crackpot theory.
Eureka!
Nope. Nope. Not in least bit. I better rethink this over again. Snow was melted by fire, right? And when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that. See, what do I have in here that's related to fire, though? It says nothing in here about a fire. Huh. Maybe I don't have what I need yet. Maybe I do not have it yet. And now I can, oh, yes I can. Okay. Lang has nothing. Okay, Eddie's nothing. I have no logic. You know what I should do? We should talk to her real quick about the new items. Or not. Does nobody have anything for blood? Nah. Alright, alright, alright. Let's present. Let's present.
Eureka!
Like, I don't have anything in here that like is related to fire. That's not Torosaurus.
Eureka!
I mean, it would if they were. There's nothing interesting here, even though there's a brick what I'm pointing at. All right. I tried it on the blood, but let's try it here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He had it clutched in his hand, but that doesn't have anything to do with fire, though. Can I change? no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Adawan actually took his pictures before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his whole body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before. Indeed, we should examine the area we previously thought it fell to. Oh, this one is... So this is where Mr. Adawan actually saw the president and his kidnapper. Yes. Which clearly suggests that a link between the kidnapper and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened somewhere else. Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Photo taking like that, it's just cheating. Not to mention disposing of Mr. Adawan's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put some new film in and staged a photo immediately afterward. And if Chairman Winter was involved, he could have changed or hidden the evidence as well. It certainly doesn't help the SS5 incident case file was classified until recently. Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last. Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. How much differently? Ah. Okay. Look more closely at the blood. Oh, can I not? Okay. For whatever reason, when you look at it, this one. What could it be with the fire? Huh.
Eureka!
No, it doesn't. Like, I wonder if this line has anything to do with it.
Eureka!
There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the bloodstain? The bloodstain is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means the blood in question was spilt before there was a fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But the fire was actually set after what happened, yeah. kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You. Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go and see if they have anything to bring everything you find back right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you, I seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even a child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Investigation complete. Are we done here? Let me turn this off. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and also brought the picture from your father's office. Where is Zhangfa exactly anyway? About time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. The picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of an incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet that it's the work of a child who set the fire. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my father kept this? I'd imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. If you just give me a moment to read through it. It seems a boy who started the fire snuck out of the bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must he have been what he saw? Something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. But sadly, not unmanageable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? That's... But what's it doing here in this case file? That's... What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item relates to the item the boy left? Would it be
Take that!
Torosaurus plushie? I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like we might have this might have been the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that's President Wang's. You've seen it before. Of course, he's always kept it somewhere close by. I remember because of the missing piece. I see, it has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should be up for on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Shifu. I'll catch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. Torosaurus doll. Just like you said. Ras. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Well, does a horn found at the orphanage fit in the president's plushie? It fits perfectly. And any more recordings on there? Hi, Jijin. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Emily. I know it's been a while. I saw in the news that you were visiting the country soon, and I don't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to.
Overruled.
Turn it off right now. Ooh, plot thickens, huh? What's gotten into Judge Gambit? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy. You're a beautiful little boy. I'm sorry. That's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It's a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Sean Fenn? The kid? And also, that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like. Even if it's only just for this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Is it not really? What? He's my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. Okay. I adopted him. And he was aware of this. Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. Okay. But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity a secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You sure he really was my dad? Yes, I'm sure. But before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa. Makes sense. That line of work might have well have been her in contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Not so fast!
Sorry, Judge Gabel. But I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I bet it was Chairman Winter's doing, though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. That can't be easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on. I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. You can't be a bro right now. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I... Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gabel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That's why I took Lying Lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie and that I knew her well. Those flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of the romance. But now he, too, is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu, I've been waiting for you for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh? He gave my father a medal after medal. They had him come up with new medals just for him. And in the end, there was no medals left to give, so they made him keeper of his last will and testament. Those medals at duty, that's our greatest pride. Our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Why you have to make that face? Sean's name appears in the president's will. And we're certain that that document is authentic. That President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being genuine article. Wang was a renowned reader. A child nobody knew about would have sure been a cause of stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that, I guess, I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. The President Wang's son. Sean. Sean. To be continued. Better shave that progress. Shave that progress right now. Shave that progress right this minute. Shave that progress right this minute. Okay, you feeling okay? Sean. He was my dad. It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right here in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't you just say something? Why didn't you just tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Mom, it's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened. And he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. Even if I ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. So the bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we learned all that we need to know about what happened back then for now. How did it line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. he took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning to what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now that we need to do is just follow them. All the way to the truth. Why am I combating you right now?
Why am I fighting you right now?
The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Ottawan happened to see it. If Ottawan hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move the body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? But there is something I still don't understand. There is? This. Why risk gauging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. The real story of the SS5 incident.
Hold it!
Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even seemingly certain with caution. We can really be sure that the president went to the orphanage. I get it. You want evidence. This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh? Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to actually say it out loud, okay?
Hold it!
The plushie. It has a recording device concealed inside it, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight. Whoa. You're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team. You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion. I'm sure of it. You do realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Could you try say something a little less unfortunate sounding? You two will peel away the layers of the truth like a skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. Ahem. Shall I continue? He was paying attention to all that.
Hold it!
Could we go over the details once again? So Mr. Adelon saw the president being kidnapped right by the orphanage, and he was standing next to the snowman. The murderer crept behind him and grabbed a brick and... Oh! Eek! Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go all over again. But can we do this less dramatically? Really? Fine. I'm happy to answer if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
If Mr. Adawan hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without the blood being spilled. But could it? Makes it sound like it was Mr. Adawan's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Adawan was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid. And he has come home safely, right? She's right, of course. Why does that something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor. Then let's continue, shall we?
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Although first, what did Adawan see? He saw the president being kidnapped from the right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid suggestion that might have been connected to with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film in Adawan's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and they moved Mr. Adawan's body to the location consistent with the picture showed. The secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago finally coming to light. And we're sure that's what really happened that night. I don't know. What do you think? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? I get a sense that we're still not seeing everything. There's something at play behind it all. There is, but what? There's a piece of evidence we discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Adawan hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they would have needed to murder anybody. And yet remains the possible that Mr. Adawan wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Adawan's was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if the blood by the planters belonged to somebody else?
Not so fast!
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Do you realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe at first, and I admit it, that it was the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying he covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night?
Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that say they never managed to erase.
This clearly shows something happened that night. Is it fire or shoes? Or even this. A sword or knife in the guy's hand. Is that cat okay?
Take that!
Nope. You sure that's what you wanted to show me, Mr. Prosecutor? Because whatever it's supposed to telling me is not. I'm not hearing it. Yuck.
Was that really not it?
There was another witness that night.
Take that!
Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of one other murderer in the darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why. He did? What was it? Right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that the president on the right hand side. And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who was standing across from him? It's either Canis or Excelsius. Because Canis is bald and has a knife. But it could but apparently Excelsius is too. Or at least from the last case, it made it seem like he was bald. So I'll try Canis first.
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be Bodhidharma Canis. What? The creepy assassin guy? And what a hired killer would be doing presence of a president, I can think only one thing. That's right. It wasn't kidnap that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Edward and the guard and Chairman Winter were. Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Adon was the murderer. Was murdered because he witnessed what was actually an assassination. and not a kidnapping he thought would be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well till just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So, we have the president killed 12 years ago, and the president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents.
In fact, that would explain a lot.
But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhangfa may not have been a big country, but he held that place together.
The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. The president's mask was well and truly slipped. Entirely like a man we met. It really did seem as if there were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that?
This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. Oh. Oh. Could he had a twin? That's very possible. I think they were talking about him having body doubles, so that's like one I want to pick. I doubt it's mistaken identity.
One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me, that doesn't make sense.
A body double?
The President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago.
It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean that I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof.
Do we have any proof that there was more than one president?
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed a contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it?
What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden.
In Amelie Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But It should have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy with your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once, as if there were two of him. Ow! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why and who? Who would have been hired, Canis, to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was fake. The fake evidence, what was it again?
Are you talking about this one? Or what? This was fake, so let's try it. Nope. Jesus. The theory. Not good. The person responsible for the president's real death. Perhaps they wanted to take his place. It seems a believable motive. Now just the President Agent Lang with evidence showing who they are.
Take that!
The picture taking with Mr. Adawan's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Adawan was murdered because he was witness the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. Who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support their theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection!
No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that!
Chairman Winter dug something up last night, something that he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something more important. Wait, you mean... That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What? The body may have been decomposed in the inner... the body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that the construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had been wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found him pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there could have been trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of analysis, sir. Traces of a human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of the body have been burned. So it really was him. The bones were recovered from the home of the Excelsius winner. The physique looks about right, and the dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. So the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Wow, it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns. I'm starting to lose track. Yes, and perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim to meet his infant son. The footprints were originally presumed to be seemed likely to actually have been made by the president upon arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodahima Khanus. How did he get caught? I don't remember. Why was he put in jail? That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed. But at least with Mr. Khanus, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Adawan's murder. Yes, it seems he witnessed the key moment in the evening proceedings. The moment our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around the side of the building. That's when the site was sealed his fate. We now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away he believed what was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point, the body double had come in to meet up with his co-conspirators. Walked up right behind Mr. Adawan, leading our unfortunate eyewitness, being murdered by the man plotting to replace the president. So it was the body double who moved Mr. Adawan's body too. Yes, I think it was, or I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Adawan's body like this? After killing Mr. Adawan, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that the job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, of course he would have been in the same shape and size. It would look like a single set of footprints.
So that's how it went all down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. But wait, there's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Ottawan had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he saw. It would have been impossible for the co-conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look like the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph would likely be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that?
Two of them would have walked out behind the orphanage gates to stage that photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, and the other set of prints was hers.
The ones that were originally thought to belong to the killer, yes. They were about size 9, too small for a chairman winner, in other words.
Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains the so-called kidnapping was actually the presidential assassination.
It does, which means my father must have noticed there was no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof.
But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No. He appeared to have kept hold of it, taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew that would happen if the news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plugged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret. And that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping, our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
What's finally coming to light at last?
Is it indeed intriguing?
Huh?
What? Who's there?
Oh, Jesus. I don't remember what voice I had for him.
That sound. Is it a bell? Bodahida Kama. Bodahima Kanas. And his dog, too. What the heck are you doing here?
We're the law. You think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did. But it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Someone else, I should say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. I find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind.
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat. The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he? Helmut. Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, 12 long years ago. This guy. My unexpected savior. As you surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I too become an inconvenience in the need of removal. The imposter president, winner, Lagarde. All three were keen to guarantee my silence. If I hadn't met a friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all these risks? Why am I the only one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me as I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't just be good as him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because he walks and talks like the president doesn't make him a president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss. I couldn't quite fill the president's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder what has taken the step into such capable shoes. You, of course I do. I'm the leader now, me. Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. Meaning she arranged with the president could have met his son. That could have been a perfect opportunity. Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Warden Lagarde. Now quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy helped you and the mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in an igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winter and the guard carrying the dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain solid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, he thought to erase both of our footprints from the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo just for such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. No way. So that fire was for... It must have been ever so beautiful. Winter, Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me to the side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes. Yes, I do.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I have made my peace with that, and I'm happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes, I am. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. That's Onius, the assassin. He's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. But we can afford him to talk. I'll need to tread carefully as a cat. Very well, you killed the president. You're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you thinking I drew my blade and missed.
Hold it!
You a target? But you're an assassin. Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add proverb of your own. Impermanence inherent to the way of the assassin. Life takers' lives are taken, so it goes. Wait, does it mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back? Or it happens occasionally, but it's not what happened this time.
Hold it!
But Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been more than a minor inconvenience. You're overestimating me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget without Helmut here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments. I see. Even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face full frontal assault. We're not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have I wouldn't have liked my chances.
Hold it!
Again. So the two of you have met before. Yes, on a cold, lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. That long ago? But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing more than it had in years, so the cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. If I hadn't taken Helmut out for a little walk, he noticed something and bounded off through the snow. Then I caught up to him. He was sniffing at a car. The doors frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but I eventually managed to open one. Shut up. Shut up, it's the kids. And inside I found two young boys shivering from semi-consciousness. Two? Yes, and I found them. Even an hour later, the poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both nearby orphanage. Is it me, or something significant about what he just told us? What about Mr. Cabot's statement was especially noteworthy? I would say both of these, really. You're certain that there were two children in that car? It was a long time ago, but I remember it as clearly as it were yesterday. There were two of them, no doubt about it. Why do you ask, Mr. Prosecutor? Is there some significance in the number? He's right. Perhaps there isn't anything particular about it important just now. Well, that would be all the matter. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. Are you certain of that? I am. Holy smokes! What do we have something to show that a date is so significant? Which piece of evidence relates to the date on Mr. Canis found the children?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred, the murder of a well-known sculptor. No way. An incident in my aftermath of which two children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of the victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. It must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Yeah. Indeed, because without his son, his taste, his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No, they met each other again on the night 12 years ago. The young putt explained to me. It seems that they were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. Wow, so they wouldn't even know they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids. If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who the mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. The pup and I remained in contact after I was sent to prison, but then stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. Then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It was rather piqued my curiosity, so I'd temporarily regained my freedom to look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde Winner and the president, I assume. Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison, where we was all intimate this whole time. Or he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too. Exactly. And I'm not about that. I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you'd like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway. Oh. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know who you are, President Wang. I could help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please, don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill. Which in case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have no one now. I mean to make sure of it. I even prepared something in case the worst comes of worse. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And the longer than you may realize. So the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in the case of the worst. But it's simply not enough to have Canis's word on the matter. Of course. We have something to prove that what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He trusted it to my family. So no one... he entrusted my family to show his belief in us after all. The name of the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece it broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. So it was Canis who tore the horn off in the Torosaurus style. I was the only one present to hear those final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me. Or that poor pup. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison.
Hold it!
So you were able to continue communicating with him from the prison? I was, via post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. I wanted a god, no doubt. What were you two even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and a gripping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with... As it might likely seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight. Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We have found a diagram of the game of his cell, too. So does that mean Mr. Knight had something to do with the IS-7 incident business? Wait, could that be? Do you have any evidence that would connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Really? Could it be this?
Take that!
Why? You're gonna try to tell me this ties Knight to the IS-7, are you? Because I gotta say, Mazarino, I don't get it at all. Fine. I can fix it. You had some of Bronx's things, right? Take a look, see. Nice things. I suppose could be worth a closer look.
Oh,
Hold it!
You stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agreed. Helmut did it too, of course.
the big scary mutt said that? Really? Like, woof woof? That's barking mad.
It does, and you don't want to talk to him to hear my dear.
He doesn't? Okay, well then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, super intense, kind of scary glare. He's not saying he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be. Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond kind of pet, it seems. Yes, there is a good boy. Now, where was I? Oh, of course, and suddenly stopped hearing from the pup.
Hold it!
You thought you temporarily regained your freedom. Could you be that any more brazen?
Yeah, even a little thief would struggle getting away with something like that. I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my ways of... Let's leave it to that, shall we?
Leave it at that. No way, pal. You escaped. I'll arrest you right now.
There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll out and out about and do as you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in and tried to dig into my past only recently? You, Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sure. Kinda knew that we were going to say that.
Fine. But I'm not taking my eyes off the dog man. Not even for a second, you hear?
Okay, nope. Still not going to get it. Who does he mean? Who is this puppy he keeps talking about?
Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So what we should focus on now is what was the connection between the two of them. I'm a bit interested in the connection was maintained. Alright, I think I have to repress the first one
Hold
and
it!
get back to that point. I was wondering if the names just got changed on that from Chairman Winter, but maybe that's going to never go anywhere.
Take that!
This is everything Knife left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should I look at more closely? The ring.
Oh, is he Artie's son?
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, could you take a closer look at it, if you would? That design, that's Paul Hellweek's trademark. Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to use to sign his work into a ring. But why would Mr. Knight have been carrying it? And it was not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7's incident. They tried to raise Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not until later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine they found him in the end and gave him the goods, including the seal, it would seem, which turned into a ring and wore until his own death. So we're saying that Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we're looking at somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played a correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly have been involved in our current case? Far out. So the only candidate for the genius mastermind is the guy we already kicked the bucket. That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing. But then who else could it be?
Hold it!
He stopped responding. I'm glad you agree, Helmut. Scary mind. Okay, whoa. Okay. This one was already done.
Hold it!
It looks like there's a new one. It seems like a little too much confidence, does it? An attempt was made on your life for the man who was pretending to be the President Wang all these years. Warden the guard murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. An Excelsius winner, the chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on. I did so use to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille.
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them? That's right. I have tools to do so in my cell. Huh? So you use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, this and that. General chit-chat. And the chess moves, of course. He wrote chess moves in Braille, too. That's interesting. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog. Perhaps we can talk about that later. Well, now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone. Okay, nope. I still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who is the pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed seems to not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do now, or the correct connection between the two of them.
Objection!
You said you wrote all your letters in Braille. Is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but do you know what my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose? Meaning they may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them. So then, Mr. Canis says he wrote the letters in Braille, and yet the letters Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. Which suggests there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever could have taken Mr. Knight's letters, turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received. They were written in Braille, too, yes. So the mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives. And that same person might be our secret string puller. Not so... Wait, you're trying to say that another person hidden the mastermind behind the whole thing? So, who is this new one? Bronco's Knight, son of Artie Frost, already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago, who has been looking for? Carmelo Gusso's son? Well, who is he? And where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have been... I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us. I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we rather know well. The person I've been looking for is... Oh, now I have to guess? The Bronco's 24. Oh, I don't have a picture of them as kids. Is it Simeon? Is it really Simeon?
Take that!
Fuck. It has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest things of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up the roof of the building. It was the monster. What? It was the monster. What? Did you really just say that? What I thought you did? Yes, the monster. The key to unmasking our mastermind. I would not have put it on him, but oh, I remember what voice I gave Simon. Shit. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show, so I'd love you to come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask you a favor? Oh, little old me. What kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of the Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper and gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of the big old beastie. Breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? We got this guy off and he did something bad. You surely can. Let's see now. That's it, that sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this, is falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep, snap. Oh. That's not southern at all. Yep, snapped out of the picture too. Even you can't rightly see it well. We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but where do you think you'd look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. The clue we're looking for must be... the clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. Would it be right here? It looks different from what they showed earlier.
Eureka!
Eureka! Datch? See, I done told y'all, Torosaurus and his dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of the whole scheme. Monster! You're finally ready. You're finally ready to admit it. He's a dang real. The big old bull himself.
Objection!
No, because it isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this, if you would. Is that? Oh, that's a hot balloon. Ah. The Very Big Circus Flyer. Oh, wait. Look. Oh, that's okay. The Very Big Circus Flyer. Oh, wait. Look. You see it. The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And it sounds Miss Lloyd thought it was the creature breathing fire. Oh, come on, you're real gonna... Ah. Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas and make hot air. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever getting near the elevator. So this culprit, they got something to do with the circus? Kay, are you feeling okay? The circus worker, friend of Bronxter, son of Gusto. What? You're not serious.
I'm surprised how much these are all connected. Usually they're not like every episode is connected like in every little single little but this one.
You forgot to mention the trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is one behind all this. Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that it was all lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No, Mr. Caddis, wait. Now I'm getting bit by a dog. Ow. Grr. Damn it, he disappeared. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you. Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did it right. There's no easy way to say this, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way. No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, you'll have to forgive us both. Just don't hit me with your hammer. Gavel, whatever. I'll just put a call out, sure. All units on the lookout for Mr. Canish. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? Circus? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we need to try to find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that has been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yeah, sure. I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. there's somebody I would like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right here in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things here once and for all. To be continued. Yeah, I'm surprised how they connected every single episode. Well, Phoenixes, they're like one and dones. And Apollos, real usually. You there, you're the killer. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come watch the show? Hello, Miss Barry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great. We're gonna have so much fun. No, you're not. I think you'll even be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? I think you may be surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? That eye painted on the balloon. Or that eyeball painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have one strong suspicion that the balloon was used by a criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who is usually in charge of a balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Would be Simeon? But wait, you don't mean... I actually kind of like this, though. This gives me, On Guard vibes, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, alright, let's do this. Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. What would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you had been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back in jail, you said you believed I was innocent.
Well, we didn't know you were crazy.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in her shoes. We're all part of the same club. After all, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunate so, I'm afraid.
Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had a little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing.
I guess that still rings true, because if Lagarde killed him... Nah, who knows? I don't know. It's hard to say, because... But they forgot that they were the kids. Who knows?
And what's more, I simply don't believe as a person gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we will get you out of here.
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person. I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root to their physiological weakness and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all the recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of the crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, that's how you wanted to play it, huh? You always did give me the courage or conviction, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into the dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much of the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth lies. What does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed.
There was a squirrel holding up the cat. The cat's like way bigger than the squirrel. What is going on here?
And now he's going to pay. Sure, I went up to the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for a circus all the time. Nothing here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up on the balloon reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus stuff, like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true if Simeon's job is to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used to commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took the picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whatever just happened. To nearby, thank you very much. I was just out practicing. I mean my cat stand. A squirrel and a pig. Is there anything under the pig? Who knows?
Hold it!
Hold it! This balloon, do you usually launch yourself from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that I can even get off the ground now that I think about it. I prefer if you didn't change the subject. How did you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We used a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and go away. And away you go. I mean, a truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out has been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep it in mind. Last time I took the balloon on the truck, it would have been then. The day before last. Would it be this one? I think it would be. Can I just present it, or do I have to press everything? Now let's just try it.
Objection!
This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. Huh? So what if it is? We happen to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that truck you told us about, then your statement about not having moved in 2 days was a lie. Agent Lang, Emma. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying that you were here, so I came right away. And I found you, what you asked me to look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot, out back. A blue truck. Well, we've already figured that out. Well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today, in fact. I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
Oh, was that his voice? Well, that's not the voice I'm giving him, so... What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you sure to be exact the same one? No, I saw it too. It was the same one, for sure.
Objection!
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me. Why is it green? Worthless. There are words of a man who can back up his claim with evidence. Wow, you sounded just like him. Show me, I demand proof. Oh, is he talking like Edgeworth? Show me, I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can just tell it from that. What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Would there be any blood? Fingerprint dusting, maybe. But you could also just wipe the car, but way before you... Metal detector? I don't know if that would... Let's try fingerprint dusting first. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. If I do, then I prove beyond a doubt that its truck we saw was in front of the big building. It had to be mine, right? Whose prints prove the truck that we saw? My own. Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on the truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us our scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alright, ready? Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Yeah, I made Phoenix do this too. And Apollo. Wait, you should know that yet. Or is this after Apollo? I don't know. Who knew? Of course. Who else did you think it was going to do it? Don't worry. It's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. Just spread the powder on the area you want to search for the prints. Like this. With a cursor around and pressing X to allow you to dust the area of the powder. It sticks the fingerprints once, so once you found one, make sure you dump plenty on there. And then blow it away with excess. Blow it away. Yeah, the DS had features that did, yeah, just do it. Yeah, with your mouth, like, ha, like that. Blowing with the triangle should remove excess powder. Alright, you got all that? Yes, thank you. Now try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder. So just blow away, go crazy. Oh, so they let me have unlimited? Alright, so then we'll just do this. No matter where it's at. Alright, where's it at? That's it. That's nice. Clean print to go off here. There. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it's Mr. Edgeworth's prints, alright. And with that, another eye is exposed. So what are you doing in the truck? Training my animals to make a stand. What do you think? Oh, just driving around for fun, you know?
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence? Nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance. Just to be honest, you were involved in both.
What makes you think we're even connected?
Objection!
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's why. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? I don't know yet. Their whereabouts to run now. Two were connected. Other than the case, I'm not 100% sure. Okay, what would be the connection? Related to 18 years ago.
Take that!
Okay, cool. Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
Ha! I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everyone's connected? You know, as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. Knack. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Oh, now I'm presenting evidence like crazy now? Cops, prosecutors, you Miles, you're all the same in the end of the day. You can force evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. Now, he was only accused of that, mister. He was actually given false evidence in that one case. In a game, not in this game, but another one. So he was not the forger. So there. You're no different from a certain other evidence tampering we had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me, hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, they're not gonna make me, okay. Okay. You're about done there, Miles. Now, no more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have the show to rehearse for, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. We want our good looks running down your face now. Would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood? Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Greek thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I can do Simeon's voice, here goes. Objection. What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do somebody running little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach. I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether it's not the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try to prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnapping for now. Is there anything else to suggest that he is our mastermind?
Maybe.
Of course. Canis was looking for a secret string puller too, the young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young man or same young pup, then perhaps. But what evidence do I have that might point him to be involved behind the scenes?
That I don't know. Unless it just makes it obvious, like it punches me in the face. Okay. Might be the chest. Might be this, so.
Take that!
Yeah. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chest exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your inventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Areno, back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, and I'm the funny clown. Look at me, juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure. I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection!
I thought it was Bronco who was playing one, I thought it was Bronco who was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was manipulating the events, even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted himself between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go all in trouble? That's crazy. You make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another.
The one very fact that Fifi Lagarde murdered him. What? You were saying it was set up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection.
Listen to yourself. Who do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? I don't know, that's pretty evil, dude. You see me, I can barely get animals to do what I want. You just had them make a stand for you to go. If we could find one of those letters he passed between Knight and Candace, it would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find letters. You won't, trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not sentimental type. Why get hung up in the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess he went in without evidence you needed. Again. Once again. Huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So he doesn't have anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? We're out of options. You accuse me of betraying my friend? And you don't even have any proof. You're despicable. Who is that? Oh, hi. Miss Barry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just I was thinking about what you were saying, and this Knight person. You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning for Simeon. What? What are you doing to those rabbits? I don't know rabbits very well, but I'm pretty sure that probably hurts like hell. What did you? How is that possible? I did. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Or, sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we? It's another correspondence chest letter. So here's my next move, pawn to go to g6. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never going to beat me. Not a chest. Okay. The next move from the game with Mr. Canis. Oh, that was Knight's voice. Oh, God. Can anybody smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But when you're never going to beat me, not a chest. I guess I just kept going. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's a part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it is addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Ah. This is it, isn't it? The proof we need that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Mr. Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still in my way. Even now, I hate you. I hate you. Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incidents, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad has to do this. And I don't do what he says. He was so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to get my dad. I promised. If I'm not up there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show up. Everybody, he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but he tried the door and it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. You lost your dad? Well... Oh, I thought they were the other way around. From that picture, because he was standing with Gusto. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim of the IS-7 was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that's my dad's name. My memories kind of got scrambled that day. And what little I remembered, I was pretty mixed up. So they switched identities. Okay. So I didn't find out until later that was my dad, he was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Just think about that sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on that if I did? No, I'd have to report him to the police straight away. Oh, I knew that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. So he was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you made a mistake, a big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name of Paul Halloweek. So I hear. But I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke?
Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know that the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. Oh, so is he not? Okay.
Take that!
Bronco's chess set? And a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me. If you would, does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal which Paulo Halloweek used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that's not what it would mean. I was precisely that you were in fact the son of Carmelo Gusto. No, that can't be. My dad was, I remember, don't I? So no, you're actually Carmelo's. Okay. Okay, I thought they were gonna... Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see the circus thing even through I'm in jail? I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So, to show you, I was just icing on top. Yeah. I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look later. A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, I wouldn't have to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? It was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead, too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were the Canis's correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating the events this whole time. You're right, it was me. It was me all along. And ass is finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you know that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. The guard kept questioning me, the day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face it when I knew the next day would bring. I was nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They would never stop coming, 24 hours, 365 days a year. Couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chase the shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least the way moving from place to place was a part of the job. My whole life has been up against Chief Prosecutor and Warden of the prison. No regular prison could hope to stand up to people like that. From time to time, I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body, a double, was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but the president of an entire country, what hope did he have that I have? There was only one person it could turn to, Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted. And I become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. But I doubt you even imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No. I'm sure it didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how he was going all going down.
So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial.
I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of the law.
Objection.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winter pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as a man you certainly claimed to hate.
Objection.
That's only if I had actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked, never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If I had one done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it. Your motive in all this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame on me is for writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, and another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other, and the one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right, same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate.
That was part of his plan too?
So Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved the things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murderer. Setting the guard up was easy too. It just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set. So it was you who put it in there. Yes, it was, and I thought it might point out to everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that it would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? Guess she's got where she saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You saw both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lagarde. I guess I could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put in the end of both. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure you didn't know what you were doing. Sure you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode to me, and you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. I was getting arrested a part of your plan too. No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they would take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with a turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it the most. Okay. Oh, did he? You sure he wasn't trying to on his dear departed daddy's shoes for a size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. Don't rhyme. He's projecting plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake, forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care for what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... I was wondering, does he want to have anything else? Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an indictment charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. And even if I did, maybe you have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted was sending letters. Letters which you didn't threaten to coerce or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's got to be something we can do. What about this? Excitement for stuff he's talking about. Incitement gay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen to equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for the murders I think I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent that is surrounded, there is nowhere left to run. Really? You think I planned for my escape too? What if I just need to pluck an idea out of nowhere? I trained all those vicious wild beasts to attack, on command, for example. I'd have to, and all I have to say the word, then sidle? Because it's not slide. Off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing. But you had to pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just easily take Sean hostage with the gun and I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here, alright? Let's see if we can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not going to give us an inch. But maybe there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Hold it!
You encourage others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah. And what was the word again for it? I forgot already. Okay, really? Did you forget like 2 seconds ago? Chairman winner. Wooden the God, Bronco Knight. We're all criminals in their own right. And all committed unforgivable acts. But you were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But if it doesn't change anything. Hold it. Nowhere at all. What? You didn't look? I can give you a minute, if you like. He's clearly confident I won't find anything.
He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charges go up in smoke. Too bad, so sad. Huh, Miles? I don't know why.
Hold it!
I know for a fact you made those murders happen.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made the big bad chairman winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? You told me yourself.
Objection!
Did I? And can you prove it? If you can't, it ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done those things you're saying? No. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If I could only prove what he said on the phone call.
Hold it!
The same story as always. What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not what is important here. You know what is important, though. That you can prove nothing. Until we have some way of showing what is guilty, we're going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence on him and hope for the best, or go over one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is only way we're going to get anyway. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made the chairman winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what he said on that call. Does that tape have the call on it? Because I remember the... I think you can pin the... If I did, maybe you have a case. Maybe I could hurt him. I don't know which to present this on. Maybe the last? A recording signal that was intercepted from a bug that was planted in case pin. Do I present this or the bug? Huh.
Objection!
I picked right. Yes. I'm afraid you're wrong, and I have proof that you meant for at least one of the murders to happen. Because you said so yourself.
Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. The truth is, I was the one who made the big bad chairman winner, little Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? I said that's weird. I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am? Yes, because your conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That you're trying to tell us? No! Magazine says a schemer's schemes will shallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can.
Got it. This part right here.
Do 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 do. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gavel's phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here.
I was surprised as...
Huh? That's weird. Something wrong, Miss Lloyd. I'll say, sometimes we didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could that not be on there?
Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely.
What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but...
So you switch it off to avoid being recorded.
Bingo.
Objection!
But how?
You would have known that we were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. And that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the prosecutor's kidnapping. Without any prompting.
No.
You heard that the whole conversation. I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it out so much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Ugh. Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you could prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Ugh.
Aw, shucks. So my tape ain't going to be no use to nobody after all. Come on, you must have recorded something I can use. If only that were true.
Hey, K-Meister.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo, it was hidden in your pin the whole time, right? That shakes anything loose from the old brain tree.
I don't know. Give me a sec to think.
You're the only ones who've been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough for now. Next topic, please.
Huh? He's trying to steer away from our current line of inquiry.
You're the only one who's been in directly contact with him before.
Kay had a one-on-one encounter with him only recently. What if that sound from that point in time had been recorded?
Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts for the bug for?
I started about, let's see now, 2 nights back. In which case, during which time frame would be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? When was she knocked out with him? If he was in the red raincoat? Was that 2 days ago? It's kind of hard to remember because these cases take place in such a short time frame than compared to like the other games. Let's try 2 nights ago. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof 2 nights. Or took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there's a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. Around that time, I'd imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you on it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you for the bug. Is there anything else recorded? Wait, that noise. That was a gunshot. Zzz, bzz. You turned off the bug then too, it seems. Unlucky for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved in the case discharged a firearm. I just remember who it was at the present piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related in this case? Where would a gun been used? In this case. So we're not talking about the time of the case that he would have been doing this on. The only gun thing I know would be this. How about his final call? Yeah, what do you make of this? What do you want me to tell you about something that proves that there was a gun involved in this case? Are you trying to tell me it doesn't? What exactly are you trying to... Am I trying to tell you? Oh wait, no, he was stabbed by Canis. Never mind. Yeah, I guess this isn't the right piece of evidence. Come on, Milester. This isn't like you. You need to focus up here. Forgive me. It was the person who fired a gun at the same time the person was that kidnapped me. Do you think it's a possibility? But it's not certainly by any means. We need to find a piece of evidence tying somebody involved in the case to a firearm. What are you whistling about, gang? How can a gun have nothing to do with this? Maybe. The gunshot captured on tape has everything to do with this, and I'm going to prove it. Oh, wow, man. A gun. A gun. Gun. Where would a gun be? Where would a gun be? I don't know why a gun would be in that. Open the case while a gun falls out. This is Hart in the first room the night before last. She didn't see the president pass through. How did he get off the roof, though? That's something they never explained. They never did.
Take that!
What did he shoot?
It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of a gunshot residue were detected on his hand.
Urk.
And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if the gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when the sound is crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me. What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories?
Not so fast!
We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. Yeah, it sounded like it ricocheted, maybe. If you listen carefully, if you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? Well, if he was aiming up at it, the heat, I don't know what the official name for it is, but where the fire's coming out, you can't see it in this picture, but in this little picture over here, where the heat, we'll just call it an engine for now. I don't have a.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if it was what I heard on the tape, it could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, the metal. Oh, okay. I was thinking this, or what this was hooked to. A hole. A bullet with a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but accompanying the bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted me to find it. Or we really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky. Oh, another one. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavelle and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made good judge to leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. Or because he knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Ha, afraid. Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So, you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. You gonna have 16 things, aren't you?
Hold it!
Around what time would that been? Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor? Yes, it was. No contradictions there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Because I arrived when I did.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill Gavelle. You really didn't suspect a thing. I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have babbled to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? I was merely trying to... What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you then and go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavelle. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I am in your debt, Miss Redgeworth, as is Sean. I trust that you will look after both of us. And I pray to the goddess of justice, I'll watch over us all. Yeah, precious goddess didn't even warn you that there was a balloon right behind you.
Hold it!
He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of a witness. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And that he knew about Sean. He could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anyone will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward was a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly, and he panicked.
Hold it!
You were lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there. The second he pulled out the gun, couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was only shooting at me. And of course, if you're saying there's a problem with that. There is a problem or there are no problems. Usually when they pull stuff up like this, there is a problem. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there, up on the roof. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, I escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure that the coast was clear. Then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. We'll just press it, but I know what I need to put here.
Hold it!
It's obvious. The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. A bunch of people were going out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes. They were, which means that the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says. Somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. But should the times line up, I think I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So this story is, he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. If Simeon hadn't come along when he did, Judge Gavel might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically our savior, right? I don't think that's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Oh, I already know what I need to press. I just wanted to press just for press sake. He went to the 51st floor. He did that, huh? He did that, huh? But there's a certain southerner that said no. He didn't go down there. You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
What?
And you believe the word of that 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say it about the chief again and I dare you. I'll whip the smile right off your stupid clown face. Okay, the slang, okay. So we know Hart was out in the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how in the heck did he get off that roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide an answer for next. So we know he didn't leave via the elevator nor the hatch. Or hold on, I didn't do that in the right way. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator. So neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which only leaves us one possible way of escaping through that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or a hatch? The only thing I can think of... I'm not sure why I did it that way, but... Balloon? He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection.
There was security camera on that elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There was no way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection.
You know what the circus is all about. Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring the act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn, Miss Hart. Can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was. I done said much in my testimony.
Objection.
Huh? So the noise sound of Miles' faithful assistants failing through the hatch, or falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so badly you fainted. So maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, I passed out unconscious, you might say. What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crashing, landing into the storeroom floor. Well, so if I did it, ain't a girl the world to get caught a little unawares sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection.
It doesn't matter. Kay would have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? Allow me a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me, and then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell through the hatch. What? So what if he did? That would mean...
Objection.
Come on now. Surely even... Or is he doing... Come on now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart's fainted, he could have passed through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there you have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. Did he have to do that to me? In my own voice. Is he doing edge drift the entire time? I thought when it was green he was doing edge drift. That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have to let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went and sent to try to murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason would the boy have for doing so?
Objection!
Oh, pretty good one. He already knew that he was the president's son. Boss. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him. I think you're lying. In one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, or maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Huh? Well, well, well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well, that's confirmed. At least there were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you? Say, although I guess you would say something more like... And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. I'm gonna kick your ass. Stop talking like me. You know about my MO by now, right? I'm hands-off kind of guy. Just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think that I let you fake the president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought you were crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set the Torosaurus noggin fallen, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. What was the motive behind the murder? A little truth I shared, just like that. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Well, is that a detective in the house? Or is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you. Just as I thought. And admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. This is getting good, and there's no time for the controller to be dying. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love when you can twist the suit at your knees. That's not true.
Objection!
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid's here a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something.
Objection!
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. The cat gets me. The cat gets me so much. Maybe it should be the squirrel, but I don't know. How did you know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet, you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh, look at all that. Oh my god. That's a big boy. He's not holding... yeah, he's not holding back. What did you forget? That little Shawnee's life is on the line too. Hey, Mazzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because times like these, you need to kick back and take stock and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times is when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what your laughing boy can't agree on. So how about a little thought experiment? What if about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not? But rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on a balloon? He was a physically imposing man. And what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of evidence found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what you're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down, one statement at a time. The murder of the so-called president.
Hold it!
The strings in question being of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident at your abilities on that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. It didn't take that much to get worse to dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did Swirl a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we'll succeed in that duty. Why do two people do bad things, huh? Do they realize I'll just come back and bite them in the end?
Hold it!
And so you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. I sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another. And they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Ha. You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch too. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing. Oh, stop it. Your poor papa scrabbling around for answers and find nothing. Shucks. What did they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence.
How dare you?
Agent Lang, please.
You don't know the half of it, you damn clown.
Your father may not have closed the case. Not publicly, anyway. But it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know I have your theories.
Hold it!
Did you kill him before he got on that balloon? I don't know what or how or but it's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. All right. Let's game this one out, shall we? I suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that? So you admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
Objection.
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And do you think we went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, I'll show you the city at night. Or show me the city at night. That's ridiculous. And you know it is. Or did you really fail to think it through? You said it yourself, you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection.
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection.
Very well, let us suppose that that's true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's trying to give us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There's one way more interesting things I'd rather talk about.
Hold it!
Actually, I have my doubts about that. I mean, if it were the president really killed by this Torosaurus head.
Objection.
Don't tell me you're throwing me your own pet theories in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went all to the trouble to prove that the man squished by the head hypothesis was true?
Objection.
That may have been my theory at one point. But that's when I thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection.
Why the past tense? That's your theory, no? It's not like you'd have anything else right now. Could he crush him with the balloon? Like landed right on top of him? The president's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No, there must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't think you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. All we know who did it, the model, is practically screaming his name.
Hold it!
Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall. That much we know. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic. So we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president. And that's that. Somebody get the cops in here.
Objection!
Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well then, Well, alright then. 18. Or not 18. Enlighten us. And be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you the only stickler about the law? When things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what can we do? What can we do? Think, Miles, think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have been happening while the two of them were together on the roof. So what could have had to happen? That's the answer. That would tell us how he was killed. He's not going to make this easy, is he? We need to think about how the president died. If it was very particular cause, I'd say at least. If we assume that he was crushed by the Torosaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if it wasn't the president that was crushed by? Is there something that we could have exerted a similar kind of force? Do I go to the last one? Don't worry, I got my eyes on that tank. Seaman won't be escaping in his balloon if I have anything to do with it. I struggle to imagine him choosing to make his getaway by balloon. Look, just leave this to me. Go concentrate on nailing him for his crimes, alright? When we finally proven who is behind all this, let's tie them up with this rope. I'll teach you a way of doing it so that even a professional escapologist couldn't get free. I understand the sentiment, but perhaps you could apply that fervor to the pursuit of the truth instead. Are we done with this now? I was carried in this basket, right? Yes, although you were asleep, I'd imagine you had no memory of it. It would have been nice to have at least gotten some fun flying memories out of it. Curse you, Mr. Mastermind. I'm gonna kick your butt. Just you wait and see. But that's not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it? Okay. Yeah, he did. He dropped on him. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that, you? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with a giant beast, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in the communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exact as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint. I can prove it. What?
You're talking about the lying balloon.
Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. It's entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself.
Sorry, you lost me.
What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection!
You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon.
Well,
I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but when it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose was landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into talking to him, because that you took away his dead body.
Objection!
Wait a minute now, Miles. What are you saying is true? The president would have been killed 2 nights ago, in which that would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. Gah. April 5th, that was yesterday, which means... Exactly. He died when the Taurus horse fell off that roof. Are you saying he was still alive after he got pummeled? Alright, Sean, it's the time to be honest with us all. You know, right? It's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, you didn't know? Because I told... Oh, you didn't know? Because I told you myself. Ugh. Can my theory be so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes finally were exposed. By ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? Even if you ran him down for me, that's some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto, the IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect.
bingo!
I do wish I could have been there to see his downfall too. How can you say that? He was your father. It was so scary. Mr. Guard just kept asking me about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come and take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may share the same blood, But that's it. Father, what a joke. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you are more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but that was no coincidence. You and your father were the same even in the method you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. That's right. When we rescued him from the warehouse refrigeration unit was down by the harbor.
A refrigeration unit in the depot?
I threw off the time of death. And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in the very specific place. You hid the body right here. Where was Sean found? I do not remember where Sean was found.
Take that!
And this is where you hit it. Huh? I stashed the body there. Don't play dumb with me, Mr. Saint. Sorry to interrupt what you were just getting fired up about, Mr. Prosecutor, but I don't see how hiding it there would throw off the time of death either. He's right, of course. He needed to look like the victim died at a different time than they did, right? Legacy says, to keep it fresh, keep it cool. If you wanted to keep the body in the same state as the time of death, there's many places could have hide it, right? True, there's so many places Mr. Saint could have access to. So, how about the depot? I'm not 100% sure where he was. Okay. You need to keep the body cool somewhere, and it also needed to be somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew the two of you were? Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now? Because as much as we may wish, we had forgotten. We knew that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? Are you saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection.
Shut up. I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection.
Sorry, kiddo. But you think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have a little more in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff back then we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy's issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think in the same way. And you're every bit prepared as to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Still, what? Arg? Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavell. We know that for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around. You know that, Miles? Aren't you going to accuse me of... It changes nothing. Still you have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything? Oh wait, you're planning on maybe fabricating some... taking a leaf out on the old winter playbook. Nerk, never. I would never do that. Ugh, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth? Something like that? Huh. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how law keepers keep people down, isn't it? And why? I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points... Everything points to the man being our culprit. But we need evidence. Even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun. But it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Sticking around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in free. If you finally admit defeat. Hold it. Gummy, Francisca? Who is that? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had them look for a few real quick, sure. And a refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the very big circus, just like you said. And there it is. Just the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint. Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? You have a gorilla right behind Edgeworth and the lion. And there's an elephant. I don't know what an elephant would need to cold, but... A very valid question, I suppose. But there is no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask the department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry. We do hire a unit to store all food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave that all to Simeon, so he's good at that kind of thing.
Ah, you fool!
Eek, Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that the body was found in the unit. The suspicion would fall onto you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. Ah. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If you'd known that you were against a great thief and an even greater detective. Everything all right. You're looking a little pale. I have makeup on you, ass. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. I don't need any evidence that crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't because there isn't any. I am afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim, as we think he did, there should be traces of misdeed on this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again. You already have your bullet hole. What else would you expect to find? We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Miss Edgeworth? If it's true, or if the truth is to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. Sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of tighter spots than this one. What they said, we believe in you, Miles Reno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Just stay calm and see things through to the end, Miles. Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of certain suspects will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap it up. Mysteries of the past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal with the final blow to this unforgivable, wicked man. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? I'm going to present what I think it would be, unless I have to present the autopsy.
Take that!
Alright, cool. When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, the symbol of the connection between a parent and child, a popular flower back in Zangfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers? That will be rotting in the dump by now. A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represent remains as strong as it is, as it ever was. There we go. Then the president held on to them until the last act of this provided us with the final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You've looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye. Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma. Yeah. I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this basket, shall we? Ah, I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. And it's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. What? You're done, dude. And there we have it. The murder of the president and the murder you carried out yourself. No, how could this? No. You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into a basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go through that trouble by removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. Not while returning to the big building to drop the body off again. The following night. He must have observed the fire Sean caused. And then the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave him the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Yeah. You made it seem as if the falling head was killed. You made it seem as if the falling head was that what killed him, so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No. How did you see that through all? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulated animals on stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad at you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you were not. They're sad and mad at the same time. Stop it. Stop looking at me like that. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale's destined to end with a whimper. I don't get away from me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. How bad they are. Why? Bronco, why did you stop them from... If you only could do it, it wouldn't... Stop going forward. I have to read that. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone. If anybody help me. That man, he helped me. Kenneth was the only one who ever... Many people had to. What's wrong? No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Oh shit. Why? No! No! And then all the animals got out of their cages to beat his ass. Weird. And they're back in their cages. It seems the game is up at last. The killer. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have amassed the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... No. Guns are clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous than an assassin than to be lied about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can very unpleasantly surprise. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you're about to pay. No. His face. You. It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask you to call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse, let's just say you might not take the loss of the one life you ever saved too well. You save a life, Bodahima, or Bohidharma Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, you know. But yes, I have taken many lives, one choose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I would. But he would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask you to let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not to thank me. I simply let a little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No, get back here. You have my thanks, Edgeworth. This young pup needed to show the error of his ways. And you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back to the ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, it does. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered, at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred for me, from you, horned pup. In that case... Urk. Sean, no. You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I don't want it so badly. Sean, don't do it. Please, Sean. I beg of you. I said I was going to do it. At least I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain and suffering goes away. It drowns it out, numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean. It's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does it help anybody else? All because of a murder my mom suffered 10 times. More than I ever would. And so, with all the people I work with, they're counting on me. And they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed. Little one. Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's not what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Gay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way to where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home? Yes, you nincompoop. And with that, the case comes to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there is one last thing I had to do. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big deal, big guy? Want to tell us what you were doing here? Mr. Edgeworth. The request had been processed and approved. Huh? You're what now? I asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I am a prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A great man once said, that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. Good old Gregory. But that's not what his path. But that was his path, your path. Mine lies elsewhere. Mr. Edgeworth? My path is of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can't tell you or I can tell by that look. Your eye, that is your mind's made up. Is it? Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Malster. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? Because if Phoenix is the defense attorney, I am the prosecutor. That's why. I have to be his alternate. You once asked me something, Fender. Are you going to try to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now this case is over. I think finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can't you also help do that as an attorney? Look at it this way, Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in just world. Oh wow, it's 6 hours already. Holy shit. I know how it feels, but it's the end. To lose somebody important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and to be left alone, to fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope for, or hope to do, is to get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. You're really not going to show him? Mr. Satan had nobody. Or he had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt you imagine that the body double would ever go so far to co-opt our country's policy. No. I sure didn't. As long as the winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. I nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in doing so, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many. It's the law's greatest contradictions. You can say that again. Yep. That's a whole folks trade to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. To plan to take my badge again, and confront those contradictions at every turn. Well, Mazzarino? Or very Mazzarino? I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself That's luring on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are people, like people, I guess. They're both gotta grow and change, adapt, or perish. Am I right? You're gonna smash this. I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, is give up. Eyes on the prize and straight till the sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw the same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed. I hate to be the great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish that your dad were here to see it. He'd be proud. As all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Alright, you're a prosecutor again. Best news I heard all week, sure. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is going to want to know that his kids just signed up for the opposition for a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Next time you'll see me. Could be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot rigorous, charming, when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out. Welcome back to the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Cavell. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right, you had the goddess of justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that the impossible to fight in such a way. The contradictions with the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If you aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have to thank you for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that will afflict the law and overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment that the cause as the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me the last I oversaw a trial. Next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve the justice with a true impartiality. Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then all is said is done, they pass down the judgment based on the very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest ideas, and certainly not only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You're right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply by having it near gave me hopes. No matter how hard things got, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them for Sean's sake, more than anyone else. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there's something more important, even to me, more than words of the goddess. Haha, though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps it should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but it must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That's all I believe, above all else. I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed, we are neither one of us, or indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along with our chosen paths and continue to grow as we need to tread them until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you, embark upon the next step of your journey. So we'll move forward in a path of justice, and I'm determined to follow the path until the final leads to the truth, no matter how hard it might be, no matter how much I start to strive, woe beside the body. No, this is way too fast. And say, the voice to shout, objection. Yeah, we did it. 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 So, Chief, what kind of scoop we're looking for ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, a knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. Leads are in the stock of trade. Our bread and butter. You better hand over stuff, not even the dang apprentice. Sorry, Chief. I guess I still have a lot of to learn, huh? Alright then, we better go track down some leads. So, that's the spirit. Go get them. Before you mosey down the way. Mind you, sharing what kind of leads there might be. Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, aren't I? Can't hold on your boss. Oh, come on, Chief. That's cold. My arm has a wound, yet fully healed, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was skillful. Practitioner indeed. Can't be forgotten him in a hurry. But never mind that now. It's time to return to life as a simple ice cream seller. Although, I have been thinking perhaps crepes would be more... well, no rush. I'm sure it's time to ponder the matter of next job when it comes in. Sure, it might knock me out on my butt, wise guy, but I'll keep my guard up looking for it open and don't keep it up yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell rings, the next round of escape shenanigans will come as television training and mirror training. Don't give me enough time to read it. You want to know I'm still planning on? Sure. I'm studying every single day. Still my uploads in mud. But I guess it suits me better being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make my new career. And when I finally get out of here... What's that? My release is a few more years away? But now because I helped the warden of the guard? Why do you think I'm being so nice? Get your frickin' license and get out of here. Why me? 'Cause you're a stupid thief. And you killed a girl. I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't be around sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquist department move the stage of communication. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. In 18 years, I saved a life and a troublesome child, keeping busy to this day. Now, here we are, back in the cage. Well, we have company soon, so at least I won't be, well, yes, I'm a friend of the pop. Things certainly won't be dull around him. No, they won't. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come to visit you every day, like Eddie did when I was in here. Well, I have so much to thank him for, Miss Edgeworth. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Simpson. It's not just like you. They gave me permission to provide me sweets and treats. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making is years of paying off. Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe a great big thank you, you know. Oh dear old Greggy Pegleg. You too, of course. After all, thanks for all that. You can eat Stampy Poople's sweets again. I'm thinking making lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. Makes your stomach so small, so you can eat snacks. So it gets skinny in the tag, and every other minute. Oh man. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now. I've drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, so she took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And then she left. I guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. I've got the big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my heart or follow my heart? My heart, I mean your girlfriend. You got that right. Oh boy. Baxter, the Badinator. Seriously though, thanks for your assist today. Good buddy. You want me to talk about the IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Mazzarino. Different path from his old man, the path that means can't work together, but we won't stop making him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni. A compliment from a big bad detective bad. Am I dreaming? That flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need defender magic? Just say the word. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought when I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch. Ain't no such thing as an easy when it comes to crime. Dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I need to feel awful about, of course. But I'm just glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should get better back to work? I guess you're right. Can keep the dead waiting. Dead waiting? The dead waiting. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing is happening to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back to a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around is going to get tiring. Still, this is our part of becoming first pack forensics investigator. Guess I better get going. Okay, but... Oh, you need me. Come running. You'll know I will. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But you since winter, was it? He chosen his own path now, and he will be tested, just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live the prosecutor over his own father's live. That too is a valid answer for the question I had to wrestle with. Father hid a secret bore a burden. It could have only imagined. The thought of my family name. He thought he threw so much. He thought the entire nation. I mean, to carry out a legacy, to fulfill his greatest wish. Even our president was an imposter. Even the real president is long dead. Even it takes my effort, all my men's effort. Zhengfa will rise again. I can't wait to see it. I gave up the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let that what he did ruin. Pretty soon he'll be better than him, better than Edgeworth. Watch. Now first in the business, get a new nickname. Was it eventful to say at least? We've got it all done. I think the murderer stories, new gossip. Magazine help. Big bad man emerges from ball. Revealed to be Monster Zhengfa, President's murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers. What? Why? Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come to see the movie, right? Yeah, I guess. I very much enjoyed the movie. Sean. It's nothing. It wasn't a big... The boy befriended both Taurus and Cordy. They didn't come any bigger than that. And it was a whole role they're born to play. You think? Well, it could be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick up something else before we get back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course, I'll buy some too. For Amelie. prosecutor's offices. Ooh, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. I guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy. How could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practices? That's a good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was. The Yatagrasu. Or a Yatagrasu, at least. But watching how you all planned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking maybe I need to get out from his shadow and live my own life too. Just how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time for me to make my own fate. She's right after all. Nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name though. I cannot be the Yatagrasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay, to us Kay, and you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy too. You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing, just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sure. Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've always been counting on you these last few days, I've helped out many times to mention. I think the next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. Huh? Huh? Wait, you mean what's the matter? I'm saying you'll get paid a little more, detective. You're what? This is unbelievable, sure. No way, Gummy. Or no way, go Gummy. It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind. But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work will be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yeah, sure, understood. I'll give you everything I got. Just wait and see. And we only have one more game with him, unfortunately. Because he's not in Apollo's games, which is very sad. Bender and Judge Gabel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction the law has present. A path whose end lies in the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I need to give some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth, there's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Are we repeating this already? Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words I can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. Then we feel that we are not alone. We can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds. Oh, I almost forgot. What? What is it? I was trying to find another member for my Yatagrasu team, right? I do vaguely remember something about that. I never even found a single one. We're going to be unstoppable in our quest for steal the truth. So much for the little pipe dream. You're kidding. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve the case in the world. Cares to throw at it. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth and put it in the handcuffs and steal it once for all. So why don't you become an attorney, right? Because Edriff is already the prosecutor, you would be the attorney, so you would take Cece's spot. Maybe. I can help the feeling. A little story for the truth in the case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they are beside me, they won't lose my way. It's a new path, a new one for me. And I'll be walking as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. The thought of the routes differ. The destination is the same. Because of the course, both at the end, the truth. Turnabout ages! Yeah. New items unlocked in gallery. Well organized. We did it. We did it. 100%. Okay. Alrighty guys, thank you all for watching. We will play the third case in the first game of Phoenix Wright on the next time that we play. Thank you all for watching the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection 1 and 2, where we played both games. And I finally got to play the second game, and thank you everyone who did not spoil it for me. You were all the best. Bye-bye.